The spacesuits you see the duo wearing now are the EMUs.
And verified by both them and us, but we'll get it again with Andy. And Suichi has checked there is no water in either helmet.
Copy.
You just heard a call from NASA astronaut Kate Rubins.
Copy.
Another call from Kate Rubins down to the ground. She's communicating with Capsule Communicator, or Capcom.
And Kate, we see you in step 63, just to sync up, grabbing those water switch guards.
Affirm.
Today's Capcom is Drew Foistel. He'll be communicating with the crew all the way through depressurization this morning, at which point the ground IB will take over communications and will walk the crew through today's spacewalk. Again, the spacesuits you see the duo wearing today are the EMUs, or extravehicular...
63.
Copy.
The extravehicular mobility units, which are essentially a mini life support system providing environmental protection, mobility, and communication for the crew members during their spacewalk.
Concur.
Today's spacewalk marks the 233rd spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, and will again be the first for NASA astronaut Victor Glover. This will be the third spacewalk for NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins. His previous spacewalk experience brings his career total to 12 hours and 58 minutes. This will be the second spacewalk of Expedition 64. The primary tasks for these spacewalkers today is to complete cable and antenna rigging for the Bartolomeo Science Platform on the Columbus module of the space station, and configure a Ka-band antenna to enable independent high-bandwidth communication links to European ground stations. After completing these upgrades, the duo will remove a grapple fixture on the far port truss of the station in preparation for future power upgrades.
Station number 1, all the tools and the coca are safely inside the crew lock. We are starting step 65 for preparing for depress.
Concur.
We'd love to answer some of your questions on social media today throughout today's spacewalk. You can submit your questions to Ask NASA, and we'll be answering them live throughout today's broadcast. Both Hopkins and Glover now in the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. In a short while, the hatch will be closed and depressurization will begin. And you can see the hatch being closed right now. JAXA astronaut Soichi Noguchi and NASA astronaut Kate Rubins working together to get the hatch closed.
Station Space Ground 1, step 73 is complete, and you guys, 72 is complete with, and you guys perform step 74.
Hey, good morning, ISS. This is Drew. I'm on console. Copy that 73 is complete. We got 74 done as well. We're working 75 and 76, and if you guys are ready, we'll set up the comm, and you guys will be hot mic after these next few steps here, so stand by.
Okay, we'll be standing by.
Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Soichi Noguchi just confirming that the hatch is now closed. With the hatch closed, isolating Glover and Hopkins to the crew lock section of the Quest airlock, the next milestone we'll look towards is depressurization. Depressurization will take the crew lock from its current 14.7 pounds per square inch of pressure all the way down to vacuum. Final suit checks and comm checks will occur, and then the crew will be given the go to place their suits on internal battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. The crew still running ahead of today's timeline.
Station Houston, Space to Ground 1, just heads up for the EV crew. You are now hot mic on Space to Ground 1, and Suichi and Kate, you guys are go to continue working steps 77, 78, 79 through 80.
Copy, starting step 77.
And EV1 copies, hot mic. EV2.
Okay, EV2 on the UIA. Check the depressed pump power OFF.
Depressed pump power OFF.
Check depressed pump enable LED is on.
It is green on.
And Houston Station, Space Ground 1, we're ready to perform the depressed repress Q card on your go.
Station Houston, Space Ground 1, you have a go for depress, repress Q card.
As you heard there, the crew is now go to begin depressurization and will be working through those procedures now.
Okay, we're starting EV1, EV2, we're starting the crew lock depress. It'll be 30 minutes. Step 1, EV2, depress pump on.
Power on.
Okay, wait 10 seconds for complete power start. Okay, step 2, EV2, depress pump manual ISO to on. EV member, expect electrons.
Okay, here we go, Hopper. Ready? Open.
Monitor suit pressure gauge less than 5.5.
Copy. EV1. Airlock pressure 13.7 decreasing.
Depressurization of the Quest airlock has officially begun. That depressurization of the airlock will be done in a two-stage process. First, they'll take the crew down to 5 pounds per square inch of pressure, at which point depressurization will be paused to do a systems check. Following this, depressurization will resume and continue all the way down to vacuum. Once vacuum is reached, the two spacewalkers will complete suit and communication checks before placing their spacesuit on internal battery power, officially marking the start of today's spacewalk. A U.S. spacewalk start and end time is measured from the time the crew places their suit on internal battery power all the way up until the time repressurization occurs and the crew is back inside the crew lock following completion of their spacewalking tasks for the day.
Houston copies.
We're in a brief and expected handover between satellites. We'll regain communication and visuals with the crew shortly.
Hey, pressure looks good. So you guys are like about 45 minutes ahead of the schedule. You guys doing good?
EV1 copy. 2. Here's my pressure release valve. Okay. lock 10 psi, decreasing.
Pressure inside the crew lock now at 9.65 pounds per square inch of pressure. As a reminder, at 5 pounds per square inch of pressure, depressurization will be paused to do a systems check. Following that systems check, depressurization will resume and continue all the way down to vacuum. Once vacuum is reached, the two spacewalkers will complete suit and communication checks before placing their spacesuit on internal battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. JAXA astronaut Soichi Noguchi in the crew lock section continuing to monitor depressurization on the Quest airlock, where NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover are suited up and undergoing preparations to eventually venture outside the space station hatch for today's spacewalk. Now coming up on about 6 pounds per square inch of pressure inside the crew lock. Again, once 5 pounds of pressure is reached, they'll pause depressurization and perform systems checks.
And EV1, EV2, with the crew lock pick at 6.0, you expect alert tone.
EV1. EV2. Crew lock 6 psi, looking for 5.
Copy. And when the crew lock gets 5, your action is close the manual ISO valve.
EV2, copy. Lock 5.3.
Coming up on 5 pounds per square inch of pressure inside of the crew lock.
5.1. Lock is 5 psi. Man ISO valve is closed.
Copy EV2. Now EV1 and 2 on BCM. Switch display to status until leak check question mark displayed.
Leak check question mark.
Copy and hold yes for 2 seconds. Follow displayed instructions.
Pressure inside the airlock now at 5 pounds per square inch. Glover and Hopkins are working through systems checks.
Have to go on over there. EV1, O2 position EVA. EV2, EVA.
Good. Okay, EV2, depress pump man ISO to open. Expect alert challenge.
Valve open.
Copy. And the emergency exit is also open. EV1, EV2 monitor should be gauge less than 5.5.
EV1, EV2.
Systems checks were good. Depressurization is now resumed, and they'll work to get the crew lock down to vacuum.
And the EV2, your next action is when the crew lock at 2.0 psi, close the man ISO and the pump power off.
EV2.
Once vacuum is reached, the two spacewalkers will complete suit and communication checks and then place their spacesuits on internal battery power, officially marking the start of today's spacewalk. Everything's still proceeding nominally in today's spacewalk preparations. The crew is still ahead of the timeline.
We lost 2.3 PSI. EV1.
Now less than 3 pounds of pressure per square inch in the crew lock as depressurization continues to reach all the way down to vacuum inside the hatch.
PSI.
Copy, EV2, pump mount ISO close and the pump power OFF.
All closed. Need to come your way a little bit, Hopper. Roger. Egress pump power OFF.
Hey, I see that. Okay, we're going to continue depressing, but this is a good time to report to Andy for the initial tether configuration for yours.
And we copy. Andy, how do you hear me? EV1.
Good morning, Hopper. I got you loud and clear. I'm ready to copy your tether configuration.
Okay, Andy, we're going to start with my weight tether. Small hook is attached to my right beaming extender. I got a bell closed, slider lock, black on black disc full test. The large hook is attached to EV2's anchor hook. I see 2 bell closed, slider lock, black on black disc full test. Also on my small hook is right gearing extender. Here's my red anchor hook, or red small hook, excuse me. Bell closed, slider lock, black on black. The red reel is unlocked. Yellow hook is attached to the green reel. Bell closed, slider lock, black on black is full test. Green hook is unlocked, or green reel is unlocked. Green hook is attached to the red reel. And my anchor hook is attached to my NWS.
Copy that. Sounds like a good tether configuration. We'll move on to Ike.
Hey, good morning, Andy. Starting at the airlock D-ring extender, there is a waist tether, small hook, gate closed, sliders lock, black on black. The large hook of that waist tether is to my waist tether large hook. Both hooks are bail closed, slider lock, black on black. My waist tether is to my right D-ring extender. The small hook is gate closed, slider lock, black on black. Also on that D-ring extender is my red hook load alleviating strap hook. It is gate closed, slider lock, black on black. That's connected to my red reel. My red reel is unlocked. The red reel's yellow hook is gate closed, slider lock, black on black to my green reel. My green reel load alleviating strap hook. The green hook is to my red reel, gate closed, sliders lock, black on black. And the safety tether anchor hook is gate closed, sliders lock, black on black to Hopper's waist tether, which is also gate closed, lock, black on black.
Excellent. Thanks a lot, Ike. We see you both in a good config, and we'll continue on the Depress Q card.
Okay, Andy, and for VV1, one last item. I do have crew lock bag 1 is attached to my BRT ret.
Copy that. Thank you. All right, Hopper and Ike, when DPDT is about 0, you should expect an EV alert tone. And when the EV hatch delta P is less than half a PSI, then you can open and stow the EV hatch.
EV1 copy.
All right, Hopper and Coca and I are both toward me.
Okay, thank you, Ike.
And if you want me to move my feet, I can.
I think they're in good shape right now.
Okay.
Hopkins and Glover now communicating with the ground IV today, who is European Space Agency astronaut Andy Mogensen. He's going to serve as spacewalk communicator today and will talk directly with the crew during the spacewalk, helping them choreograph timelines and procedures. Depressurization inside the crew lock continuing nominally. Once vacuum is reached, the 2 spacewalkers will complete suit and communication checks before placing their spacesuits on internal battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk.
And Ike, right now, the gauge is showing 1.0 on the Delta P.
Copy. Thank you.
If you're just tuning in with us today, NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover are suited up and inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock as depressurization is underway. The crew lock will be down to vacuum before the duo ventures outside the hatch to complete Columbus upgrades during today's spacewalk.
And currently gauge is showing 0.7.
During today's spacewalk, NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover will work to complete upgrades to the Columbus module of the International Space Station. Hopkins is designated EV1, and he'll be wearing the suit with the stripes. He'll also have on helmet cam number 18 once we get outside the hatch that you'll be able to identify his views from. NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who will be completing his first spacewalk today, is designated EV2. He'll be wearing the suit with no stripes and will have on helmet cam number 20. NASA astronaut Kate Rubins and JAXA astronaut Soichi Noguchi will work on the Canada Arm 2 to move NASA astronaut Victor Glover through his procedures today. Also supporting from the ground will be Andy Mogensen, who serves as ground IV and will be communicating with the crew as they step through their procedures.
.6. Copy.
Depressurization inside the crew lock continuing nominally. Approaching vacuum, and again, once vacuum is reached, the two spacewalkers will complete suit and communication checks before placing their spacesuits on internal battery power, officially marking the start of today's spacewalk. NASA astronaut Kate Rubins continuing to monitor depressurization as we near vacuum.
He's still holding at 0.6. Me too.
Hey Hopper, we're showing less than 0.5 psi down here, so you are go to open the EV hatch and stow it.
Okay, EV1 copies. Didn't work. Hatch opening, lock lever unlocked. Unlocked. Handle to the unlatch. Clockwise. Unmatched position. Put it in the hatch. And it is nighttime out, Ike.
Thanks for that. Just wondering.
And another couple minutes and you should be in daylight, just as a heads up.
Roger. And hatch is secured.
Copy that.
Hopper, can we move back your way a little bit?
You sure can. Hold on one sec. Let me get a crew lock back.
Okay.
And airlock Houston on 1, step 14 in the depress Q card, you can close the emergency MPEV, please.
Copy, step 14 complete.
Okay, Ike.
Andy, taking the crew lock. I have a suit P high message. The pressure gauge is 4.6. My switches are the way they're supposed to be at this point. SOP rate 0. O2 rate 0.
Yeah, we copy. You can acknowledge and we'll press ahead.
You too.
All right, if you're ready, we'll move on to the post-depress part of the Q card. Let me know.
Okay, your one's ready.
Hey, can we come your way a little bit?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, Andy, we're ready. See, Colca can come your way a little bit.
Yeah.
This view from outside the International Space Station,
Switch throws. You can switch.
showing the thermal cover and the EVA hatch that are now open. Soon, Hopkins and Glover will make their way outside the space station hatch to begin their work for the day.
You can check your display switch is functional.
EV1 functional.
V2 functional.
All right, Ike, on the UIA, you can switch.
And at 5:28 a.m. Central Time, the 233rd spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades has officially begun.
And once they're off,
Power EV1 off. LED is off. Power EV2 off. LED is off.
copy. 20 seconds to handover. I'll just give you the next steps. You can disconnect SCU from DCM, install the DCM cover, and stow the SCU in the pouch.
Going copies in work.
EV2.
We're in a brief expected handover between satellites and will be regaining views and communication with the crew shortly. Everything's still proceeding nominally in today's spacewalk, the crew about 40 minutes ahead of the timeline today.
It's in the pouch.
Take me a second.
Okay. Oh, getting bright.
All right, Ike, you can check that the deep press pump man ISO valve is closed.
Stand by. Still working on my pouch, Andy?
Copy.
Again, at 5:28 a.m. Central Time, the 233rd spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades officially began.
I'm going to have to put it in the pouch after we have a little bit more room, so if that's an option.
Okay with that?
Yep, that's perfectly fine, Ike. We'll get back to that once you have a little bit more room.
Yep.
So please check that the deep press pump man ISO valve is closed.
Closed.
Okay, both of you please take your temperature control valve to max hot.
EV1, max hot.
EV2, max hot.
Next, switch water to on.
EV1, water on.
EV2, water on.
Check your DCM is blank and bite is off.
Blank and bite is off, EV1.
EV2, blank, bite off.
All right, you can set your temperature control valve as desired.
EV1, set to 5.
EV2, 5.
Next, please check your suit pressure gauge and report to us.
EV1, 4.2.
EV2, 4.2.
Copy. You can set your visors. You will be exiting in, well, it's sunrise right now, so it should be sunshine when you get out there.
It's kind of bright.
All right, and we see good suit parameters in our data, so you can open the hatch thermal cover, Hopper.
Open. Ready, open.
And Hopper, just a reminder, when you open the thermal hatch cover, we'd like you to verify that the forward airlock hatch pin is engaged.
Roger that. And stand by one. You want the forward.
Now, just a little over 5 minutes in today's spacewalk, which officially began at 5:28 a.m. Central Time.
Stand forward.
Copy, pin engaged. You can egress the airlock with your crew lock bag number 1.
In work.
NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover now going to egress the airlock.
Reminder that when you have a little bit more room, you can go ahead and stow the SCU in the pouch.
Me too, thanks.
EV1 has his anchor hook attached to the forward airlock. E-ring, Velcro, starlock, black on black. Good pull test.
Copy that. You can attach Ike's anchor hook to the forward starboard circular handrail D-ring.
Copy, inward.
And just a...
Hey, Andy, Ike's SCU is in the pouch.
Copy, SCU is in the pouch. Ike, you can prepare to transfer Kolka, and here's just a reminder about the caution when handling Kolka. Avoid putting loads into the cables. We're worried about the bend radius.
UV2?
Okay, UV2, your anchor hook's on the forward handrail D-ring, and just give me a second to get my crew lock bag, my BRT.
U2. Make a little room down there. I'm going to remove my waist tether.
Roger.
The airlock waist tether.
And Hopper, when you have a second,
I am in a good config.
we'd love to get a confirmation that Ike's gate is closed and hook is locked.
Sail closed by the lock back. I'm back. Just full test.
Copy, thank you.
Anchor hook. You bet.
Thanks for checking, Andy.
You can give Ike a go to release his waist tether.
Station Moscow on space to ground 2 for the stairgaze.
The waist tether is to my mini workstation, and the airlock waist tether to the circular handrail.
Gotcha.
Copy, Ike, you can transfer Kolka with the large small red out to Hopper.
All right, Hopper.
On my way.
Coming at you.
Station Moscow on space to ground 2. Guys, somebody respond.
Hey, Ike, I do have a rep on it, so you can release the large hook.
Okay, I have the large hook of the rep, and we're keeping this one.
We are keeping that one. That's affirmative.
Yep, the large...
Station Moscow on space to ground 2 for the stairgate.
NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins now out of the crew lock. He's working with NASA astronaut Victor Glover to transfer the Kolka or Columbus Ka band antenna, which they brought out of the airlock with them. They'll then head over to the Columbus module. Glover will be carrying the Kolka as he travels to Columbus on the SSRMS, or Space Station Remote Manipulator System, or Canadarm2, being operated by NASA astronaut Kate Rubins.
Clear.
Roger.
Stand by. One of the NGGLs is caught. Actually, can you pitch the bottom, the side that's out, toward you?
Towards me.
Okay, now try to pull it down.
Okay.
Once the duo arrives at the workstation, they'll work together to install the Kolka to the Columbus module.
Okay. You're clear.
Roger.
Cables are clear.
Hopper, once you're happy and set up, then you can give Ike a go to Egress airlock.
Once installed, the Kolka will provide independent high bandwidth communication links to European ground stations. NASA astronaut Victor Glover now working to egress the airlock.
Good, Ike.
right, I've got a waist tethers on the end rail here.
Roger that.
Okay, see the cable side. I'm going to get my BRT rect on it first.
Roger.
You just heard the acronym RET, or Retractable Tether. These tethers are attached to the International Space Station and the crew member to keep them safe during the spacewalk.
And just a reminder, Ike, you're receiving the cable side of Kolka, right?
Red is on the cable side, and so is my BRT. It's locked on the non-cover handrail.
Okay. Are you good for me to remove my ret?
Okay, you can remove your ret, and I'm ready to take control of it.
Roger. Inward. Sorry about that. My ret's removed.
And Hopper, once you've transferred Kolka to Ike, you can go ahead and close the hatch thermal cover. And Ike, if you want to take a few minutes to perform some translation adaptions, that's perfectly fine with us.
Me too. I will take you up on that.
And Andy, because his safety tether is stringing across the thermal cover, we're going to wait until I get out of here, and then Ike will move to forward, and he'll close the thermal cover, if that's all right.
That's perfectly fine.
Roger.
Hopper, would you do me a favor?
You bet.
Would you give that a nudge toward my legs? Just,
yes, I can.
Just more toward my back.
More towards your back, right?
Yeah. It's rotating when I try to do it.
Okay.
All right.
Like that better?
I think so.
That looks good. Looks good. All right.
Just over 15 minutes into today's spacewalk. During today's spacewalk, NASA astronauts Victor Glover and Mike Hopkins will focus on completing cable and antenna rigging for the Bartolomeo Science Payloads platform outside of the European Space Agency Columbus module. The duo will also configure a Ka-band antenna that will enable an independent high-bandwidth communication link to European ground stations. After completing these upgrades on the Columbus module, Hopkins and Glover will remove a grapple fixture bracket on the far port truss of the station in preparation for future power system upgrades. The duo now working together to transfer the Kolka outside of the airlock.
Do not see a green yeah, I do see a green light on this WBS. The safety tethers look to be in a good config.
Copy all, Hopper. We'll take a baseline glove and hap check from you then.
Okay. Hap is dry. And I've got a baseline glove. All looks good. No change from the airlock.
Copy all.
Okay, you're careful there, right? You're hitting Kolka into the ATSR.
And you just heard the call for a glove and hap check. This is something you'll hear regularly throughout today's spacewalk. Astronauts check their gloves for any damage that occurs during the spacewalk and report that down to the ground. The HAP stands for Helmet Absorption Pad, and the astronauts check to ensure nothing is leaking on the inside of the suit and that the suit remains dry.
Hey, how you feel, Ike?
I'm feeling good. Okay, so I was watching as you were saying it as well.
Okay.
I see a good WDF light. I see 2 mini workstation tabs up. I see 1 BRE tab up. I see a right safer handle down, hand control module door closed. Left safer handle is down. And your helmet lights are currently on, by the way. Just the one. Okay, and then safety tethers. Your right gearing extender deviating hook is locked. Red reel unlocked. Green hook is
it's currently unlocked.
Unlocked to your red reel. Yellow hook locked. You've got good safety tether config. Both reels are unlocked.
Hey, Andy.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's time to go to work.
Yeah, we'll just take a baseline glove and have check from Ike as well, please.
My gloves still look brand new. My hat is dry.
All right, Hopper, then you can begin your translation up the Cedar Spur. Once you get to the top of the Cedar Spur, we'd appreciate just getting a look at Ike and how he's making his way around ESP2. And Ike, first thing for you is to get into position and close the thermal hatch cover, the hatch thermal cover, please.
All right, in work.
Both Hopkins and Glover will now make their way to the Columbus module of the International Space Station.
Keep in mind, on your way out to Columbus, please avoid contact with the lab EWC antennas, with the Node 2 CBM pedals, with the Columbus PDGF target pin and grapple shaft, and with the Bartolomeo outrigger.
Okay, you want copies?
Andy, the thermal cover is closed.
Copy. Thermal cover is closed. You can begin your translation to ESP2, the forward side. You're looking for WIF 5.
ESP2.
Hopkins will make his way to the Columbus module via translation. Meanwhile, Hopkins will get a ride on the Canadarm2 being controlled by NASA astronaut Kate Rubins.
That's what we like to hear.
Oh.
So, Hopper, you can...
Hope it doesn't think so.
Hopper, you can go ahead and translate all the way out to Columbus. So you're going down the starboard lab strut. We suggest you put in a poor man's fair lead somewhere along the lab, and then you can go across the ditch to Node 2. You're putting your green hook at Node 2 handrail 0345.
Okay, I copy. Yeah, I come down on the lab.
Copy, I'm on the starboard side of the SP2.
Copy.
And Ike, once you get to the forward side of ESP2, looking for WIF 5, let us know if you want to temp stow Kolka if you're going to keep it on BRT.
Will do. I'm going to try, but I'll let you know if I change that.
Copy.
And you have a view of NASA astronaut Victor Glover preparing to hop on the Canadarm2 to take a ride over to Columbus. Meanwhile, Hopkins will make his way also over to Columbus via translation. And there's a view of Hopkins now making his way to the Columbus module.
With 5, I'm going to take a second. My safety tether is kind of running across Kolka.
Copy.
The crew tracking about 10 minutes ahead of the timeline this morning.
And Hopper, you're looking for handrail 0345. It's the first handrail after that gap spanner on node 2.
And I copy. And I'm at 0345.
Copy. You can drop your green hook, and once that's done, you can translate out to the starboard edge of Columbus.
Roger that.
Hopper, can you see me?
Stand by. Do you have a visual on you? Yes.
Is my safety tether going behind my back? I might have turned the wrong way.
It is.
Okay, all right.
Yep, it's right up at your waist.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, that's working. You're at your knee now. And you're clear. Nice job, Ike.
Thank you. Thanks for the help.
Yeah.
The International Space Station now flying 265 statute miles above the Earth, flying over the South Atlantic Ocean, approaching the West African coast.
Okay, I copy. All right, Andy, I'm at 0911.
Copy. You can stow the crew lock bag and then leave one of the adjustables open.
Okay.
And your first task, Hopper, is to retrieve the 2 T-handle tools with the RETs and then install them over by the PDGF.
Roger.
Hopkins now at the Columbus module of the space station. He's going to perform some work site setup in order to install the COLCA, or Columbus Ka band antenna, which NASA astronaut Victor Glover will bring with him over to the Columbus module while he gets a ride on the Canadarm2.
And Ike, once you're set up, let us know if you want a temp stow COLCA.
I see that the APFR. I'm going to keep COLCA. I see it's already Papa Fox and 6, so I'm ready to pick up this APFR.
Okay, your first step is to work with M1 to take the arm into the APFR install position, and you can GC as required.
Happy. Hey, Soichi, how you doing?
Hi, good to hear you. This is M1. We're ready for you.
All right, I'm ready. I've got a good visual of the Lee all the way to the base. And so
Okay, copy. And let me know when you go for the GCA to publish APFR install.
you have to go to APFR install.
Copy, go.
Another acronym that you just heard that you'll hear throughout the day is APFR, which stands for Articulating Portable Foot Restraint. And this is what crew members will use to restrain their feet at their respective workstations today.
Arm is in motion.
Motion. Continue.
You continue.
Okay, that's good. You can stop there.
Jumping out, stop motion.
Okay, and I'm ready to install the APFR.
Stand by.
Copy.
Okay, SSR's brakes on, go for APFR install.
Copy, brakes on.
And Ike, you're looking for a clocking of 12.
Thanks, Andy.
And Hopper, once you have the 2 T-handle tools and the 2 rets, you'll be attaching the free ret hook to handrail 0931.
You on?
And Hopper, just a friendly reminder, when you're installing the T-handle tools and also when you're installing the gap spanner, just double check your safety tether doesn't get caught.
Okay, if you want copy, for the reminder.
As you see here, NASA astronaut Victor Glover working to get that APFR installed on the Canadarm2 in order to take a ride over to the Columbus module where he'll meet up with Hopkins, who's currently working to set up the work site.
Pitch knob can be depressed.
Copy. You are go to perform a safety tether swap to the arm. I can give you the steps, or you're free to do it on your own.
Okay. Just let me grab my red off of APFR. I've got my red off. Why don't you go ahead and give me the first couple of steps?
Sure. So first thing is lock the green hook.
Hook is locked.
Next, lock the green tether reel.
Andy, that reel is locked.
Oh.
And I have a wrench to the cable.
Copy. You can move the yellow hook to the arm tether point and check that the gates are closed and locked.
Copy. Work.
And Hopper, we see you working on the gap spanner. I take it T-handle tools were successfully installed and secure via pull test?
And that is affirmative. Good pull test.
Copy.
And the red is attached to 931.
Andy, the yellow hook is to the lee handrail tether point, closed, locked, black on black.
All right, next you can drop your green hook on ESP2. We suggest handrail 8010, and then you can unlock the green tether reel.
And as you can see here, NASA astronaut Victor Glover continuing to work in order to take a ride on the Canadarm2 over to Columbus, where Hopkins currently is. Floating to his left, that rectangular object is the COLCA, or Columbus Ka band antenna. Once both crew members are over at the Columbus module, they'll work together to install the COLCA.
And Hopper, once you've installed the gap spanner, please just verify the gap spanner buckle can be rotated 180 degrees, and then you can stow the trash bag inside the crew lock bag.
Okay, EV1 copies all.
And there's a view of Hopkins preparing the work site at the Columbus module.
All right, Andy, handrail 8011 is right in my face, so it is on 8011. It is unlocked.
Copy. You can then work with Kate to take the arm into the APFR ingress position if you need to.
Copy, Kate, in about 45 seconds, I'll be ready to go to Egress published.
Copy, we're standing by.
Okay, Andy, gap spanner is installed, and it can rotate 180 on the buckle.
Copy. You can stow the trash bag in the crew lock bag, and then you can grab the blue cap keeper, leave it on the bag ret, and then you can remove the 6 caps from the TFE connector panel. Any order.
81.
Mike, are you ready for the next GCA?
Stand by.
Flash, stand by.
And Ike, you're currently at the APFR install position, and we can take you to the APFR ingress position if you'd like. Just give us a go for the GCA.
Yep, just stand by. So, Andy, I just wanted to confirm my settings. 12 Papa Fox 6, correct?
That's affirmed. 12 Papa Fox 6.
The tow loops are facing the lee. Is that? Maybe I'm just turned around. I feel like the yaw is 180 out from where we wanted, or can you see it? Does that look good?
Yeah, we see it. We're checking. Just a second. Hey, Ike, we agree that it looks yawed 180 degrees out. So let's go with 12, Papa, Fox, 12.
I mean, maybe that's just I maybe mixed up the yaw settings. But, okay, rotating. Okay, 12, Papa, Fox, and whatever is pointing it away from the lead. 6 or 12, one of the two.
Copy all. That looks much better, Ike. That was a good catch on your part. So you can get Kate and Suichi to move it to the APFR ingress position.
All right, Kate, you have a go to APFR ingress.
Copy, go for egress position. Opposite motion.
Motion.
And as NASA astronaut Victor Glover works to ingress the APFR, or Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, in order to get a ride on the Canadarm2 over to the Columbus module, the International Space Station currently flying 260 statute miles over the west coast of Sudan.
And so, Ichi, that looks good. Stop motion there.
Stop motion.
GCA complete.
Like brakes on, go for APFR ingress.
Copy.
And I just, for your awareness, I think we're in a correct yaw setting of 6 now. I think it might just have been difficult to read.
That makes a lot of sense, yep. Thank you.
We're getting helmet cam views from NASA astronaut Victor Glover as he prepares to hop a ride on the Canadarm2, which is being controlled by NASA astronaut Kate Rubins. He'll be bringing with him the Kolka or Columbus KA band antenna, which once he arrives he'll work with Hopkins together to install on the Columbus module of the space station.
All right. Sure wish I had a diver to tell me my feet were all the way in, but I believe I am in APFR. My waist tether is to the ingress aid. It's tucked in. Hulk goes on my VRT, no connections. Kate, Luigi, Randy, I think I'm ready to go. Back off.
All right, copy. I that you are ready. We're going to maneuver to ESP2 backoff and then the Kolka backoff. That'll be a 7-minute JOCAS for the Kolka backoff. And I did hear that you checked all your tools and tethers are clear between you and ESP2, and just confirm heels are out.
Heels are way out.
All right. Starting work.
Thank you.
Okay, and Andy, just status real quick before you get going, Kate. That connectors are released. I'm going for the light cat keeper and the wire ties next.
Yep, that's a good readback, and we'll love to get a glove inspection and have check from you as well. And Hopper, we just had a handover, so I missed any call you might have made. We'd love to get a glove inspection and have check from you.
Now a little over 45 minutes into today's spacewalk. Meanwhile, on the ground,
Top is dry. No change to gloves.
Copy, and then just to confirm, the blue cap keeper is back in crew lock bag with 6 caps on it, correct?
Caps, it's going in right now.
Copy.
Meanwhile, back in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, the Orbit 2 team is ready to support today's spacewalk under the direction of Flight Director Rick Henfling. To his right at the Capcom console is the ground IV, who you've heard communicating with the spacewalkers. The ground IV today is European Space Agency astronaut Andy Mogensen. And to their right is Capcom, or Capsule Communicator, Drew Feustel. You heard them communicating with the crew up until the point of depressurization this morning, at which point the ground IV did take over communicating with the spacewalking duo.
Caps or terminators.
EV1.
And Ike, if you want, you can retrieve the PGT and configure it to Bravo 4, counterclockwise 2, and then temp stow it.
EV2, copy.
We're complete with ESP2 backup, reconfiguring for the COCA 7-minute JOCAS.
Copy, you have to go.
You just heard words about the PGT, which is the acronym for Pistol Grip Tool. This is essentially a space drill that will be used frequently during today's spacewalk. Once the spacewalking duo makes their way over to the Columbus module with the COLCA, they'll use the PGT in order to install it.
Andy, was that Bravo 4, counter 2?
That's a good readback. Bravo 4, counter 2. Readback, Bravo 4, counter 2.
Set.
And Hopper, at the Papa's connector panel, you can stow the white Capkeeper RET on handrail 0943, the Zenith stanchion. Handrail 0943, the Zenith stanchion.
EV1 copy.
And then you're stowing a Capkeeper hook on the J05 terminator tether point, but not demating.
EV1.
I was in motion.
Motion.
And next for you, Hopper, is to install long wire ties on Columbus handrails 0932 starboard stanchion and 0933 aft stanchion.
And you're getting views of NASA astronaut Victor Glover as he makes his way over to the Columbus module of the International Space Station to meet up with Mike Hopkins. He's on the Canadarm flying 263 statute miles over the Caspian Sea. To the left of your screen there, the rectangular object, is what NASA astronaut Victor Glover is bringing with him over to the Columbus module of the space station in order to install it with NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins, who's waiting for him there.
And Ike, while you're flying, if you want to give us a glove inspection and have check, we'd be happy.
Work. Well, still look brand new. Half is dry.
Copy, thank you.
Nine 32, starboard stanchion 3 twist.
Copy. Next is handrail 0933. That's port of the Zenith EPF, that external platform on Columbus.
Copy.
And you're looking for the aft stanchion.
Roger.
And Ike, big picture for you. First thing you'll do when you get to the Kolka worksite is to release the MDPS bolts number 1 and 2.
MDPS bolts 1 and 2.
NASA astronaut Victor Glover now making his way to the Columbus module of the International Space Station to meet up with Mike Hopkins. The space station is about to fly over Kazakhstan, which is where NASA astronaut Kate Rubins launched on October 14th. She's currently giving Victor Glover a ride over to the Columbus module on board the Canadarm2.
Hey, Ike. That's a beautiful view.
Yeah.
Hopper? Yes, sir.
This thing is a lot more squirrely than I thought. So will you just help me keep clearance between it and Columbus? Those cables make it hard to adjust position of it.
Roger.
They're right by where my BRT attaches.
Copy.
My BRT keeps coming. It keeps loosening when I tighten it. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, wow. You had a face full of MT when you got up there. Wow.
That actually wasn't too bad.
There's a lot of stuff on it. Okay, so EGSE, the work site, good motion, continue.
Continue.
And Hopper, once you're done...
To the right of your screen there, you're getting a view of the SpaceX Dragon Resilience, which Hopkins and Glover arrived on back in November.
Roger. So, Andy, you want me doing that, he doesn't have bolts 1 and 2, just from a clearance standpoint?
Say again, Hopper?
And Ike, we're done with the big JoeCast. We're switching mode here, and you're currently at the end of the JoeCast. We're going to get you ready for the Kolka install in just a sec. Give us a minute for config.
Okay, copy.
And Andy, our sync-up point was bolts 1 and 2. I think I've got time to go ahead and get that last wire tie if you guys are okay with that.
Yeah, Hopper, if you have time, that's fine. You can go ahead and install that wire tie on 0939 down by the Bartolomeo platform. We do recommend putting in a poor man's fair lead at that end cone, handrail 0912.
BB1.
And as you're heading down to Bartolomeo, I'll just give you a reminder on the caution. Do not touch the connector doors on the Goal 2 interfaces, please.
BB1.
While Hopkins was waiting for Glover to arrive on the Canadarm2, he was able to make his way to the Bartolomeo worksite and complete a little bit of setup, which will be their next task after they install the Kolka, which again is the Columbus KA band antenna. In order to install the Kolka, the crew will be working together to drill in a series of 4 bolts.
EV2, this is Kate. We're done with our config here, and we're ready for your go for the GCA to publish port bolt removal position.
Okay, stand by. Hey, Albert, this next one's going to bring us in close to structure. Okay. Are you good if we go ahead and do it now, or do you want me to wait for you to finish?
If you give me 30 seconds, I'll have this done.
Okay, yeah, Kate, let's just wait. He's right there at the Bartolomeo platform. And that'll give us a little bit more clearance.
Nine, Venus, 3 twists.
Copy, thank you.
And I'm moving back up.
Now 1 hour into the 233rd spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
Removal position.
Will do.
The crew is about 15 minutes ahead of their scheduled timeline today. Next up on the task list, they'll work together to install bolts on the Kolka or Columbus KA band antenna. This will enable an independent high bandwidth communication link to European ground stations.
Toward your back.
Roger.
Okay, Kate, so each of you have a go to GCA to publish. Hopper's clear. So each of you have a go to GCA to publish.
Okay, we are ready to move the arm. Standby. Like arms in motion.
Good motion. Continue.
Continue.
Got good clearance between Columbus and Bartolomeo. I can see my boot plate and my toes. Good, continue.
Continue.
How much further we got, so issue?
This is a public position.
Okay,
perfect. Like the location.
GCA complete.
GCA complete.
All right, Andy, I'm at bolts 1 and 2.
Copy, Ike. You can grab your PGT and verify that you're still in Bravo 4, counterclockwise 2.
I'm in Bravo 4, counter 2, motor, 30.5. I just turned it on. I'm going to calibrate.
Copy. And once you're ready, you can release bolts 1 and 2. It's 13 turns each in any order, and we'd appreciate a report on the turns.
Copy. Okay. Level 4, counter 2. Comes bolt 1.
As a reminder, we are taking your questions today and answering them live on air. If you'd like to submit a question, use the hashtag AskNASA. Our first question of the day is, how many sunsets and sunrises will the astronaut see? Well, this is a great question, and the space station is orbiting the Earth at about 17,500 miles per hour, which means it orbits the Earth every 90 minutes. So the crew members see a sunset and a sunrise about every 45 minutes, which comes out to a total of 16 sunrises and 16 sunsets per day. Send us your questions using the hashtag AskNASA.
Copy that. Thank you. Go for bolt 2.
Five on bolt 2. Thirteen turns on bolt 2. It is released.
Copy. You can give Kate and Switch a go to take you to the Kolka install position.
And you're seeing a helmet cam view of NASA astronaut Victor Glover as he removes bolts on the Columbus module of the space station. There's 4 bolts in total that need to be removed in order for the Kolka to be installed here. In order to remove the bolts, he's using the PGT, or pistol grip tool, which is essentially that space drill that we discussed earlier.
Sounds like a great plan. Yep, go.
And icons in the published location.
Is published?
Yep.
Okay, let's go body in 15 centimeters. To get a little
Body
closer.
in 15 centimeters.
And that's stop motion there. That's good. GCA complete.
GCA complete.
Okay, Andy, I'm still Bravo for counter 2.
That's a good reading. You can release bolts 3 and 4. Again, 13 turns, any order. Please report turns.
Turns on bolt 3. Okay, 13 on 3 doesn't seem to have released it.
Copy. You're go to put in a few additional turns if you need to.
Actually, nope, it was just to pull out. 13 was sufficient. 13 turns on 3 is for both.
Copy. Go for 4. And I'll just remind you of a caution at this point. Please don't use the Kolka handrails for translation until Kolka is fully installed.
You on? 5 turns on bolt 4.
Glover now working to remove the 4th and final bolt.
And copy Kolka handrail. Caution, I believe it was that you just read us.
Copy, Ike. You can stow the PGT, and then you can release Kolka from the BRT with the cables towards starboard.
E2.
And with all 4 bolts now successfully removed, Hopkins and Glover will work together to install the Kolka or Columbus KA band antenna to the Columbus module.
Tucking it in.
Copy, looks great.
Hey, Hopper. Yes, sir. This thing has got some good inertia. Can you help me just to make sure I can stop it? You bet. I'm ready. All right. Coming to you a little bit more. That's it. Okay, I'm going to try to take it off right there. And I've got a handrail. Awesome, thank you. All right. Actuate my BRT.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Cables are starboard.
All right, if you
Got a face full of coca.
copy, Ike, if you want to, you can GCA to seat Colca.
Okay, Hopper, how does it look to you?
So I could go ahead and get a bolt out and have it lined up and ready to go. I'm lined up pretty good here. It needs to yaw your end. Yeah, right about there looks good. If I could get a bolt out.
Okay, so Kate, I think I'm in a good spot for Hopper to get a hand start.
Okay, copy.
All right, I'm pulling the bolts.
And once you're happy with the alignment and the clearance, Hopper, then you can hand start bolt number 1, and we'd appreciate a turn count.
You want copies?
Hopkins and Glover working together to ensure that the Colca is properly mounted. With that confirmation that it is, they'll now use those 4 bolts they just removed to install the Colca.
You can move it, or I can just follow you.
Follow me. It's in. Now.
First, they'll hand start these bolts, and then they'll use the PGT, or pistol grip tool, which is the space drill, in order to complete installation of the 4 bolts. You can see a helmet cam view of astronaut Mike Hopkins as he hand starts one of those bolts.
Hold on, we gotta get the other bolts out from underneath.
Okay. Yeah, they want to go right back where they came from.
Okay, it's clear. Okay, bolt 1 is in. Make 2 turns.
Copy, about 2 turns on bolt 1. You can hand start bolt 2, please.
In work. Alright, needs to come to me a little bit, Ike. There we go. Alright, hand start is on 2, estimate 2 turns.
Copy, that's good news. And could you just verify that the old MDPS bolts are clear?
Let's see, bolt 1 is zenith and bolt 2 is starboard. Framing is the nadir.
All right, copy all. Then you can give Ike a go to GCS over to bolt 3 location if he needs to.
Okay, Ike, you have your go.
Okay, copy. Cape Soichi. If we go toward my feet about 20 centimeters.
Copy, towards your feet, 20 centimeters.
Go for GCA.
Copy, start GCA.
If you're just tuning in with us today, we're an hour and 19 minutes into today's spacewalk, which officially began at 5:28 a.m. This is the 233rd spacewalk in support of station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. So far in today's spacewalk, NASA astronaut Victor Glover and Mike Hopkins have ventured outside the space station hatch, bringing with them the Kolka or Columbus Ka band antenna. They worked together to remove 4 bolts from the Columbus panels, and now they're working together to install the Kolka where those bolts were removed. The Kolka will enable an independent high bandwidth communication link to European ground stations.
Stop the 20 feet starting into the module.
Thank you. Copy, copy. Yep, we've got good boot plate clearance.
It's affirmative.
Good motion, continue.
Continue.
Good motion, continue. Boot plate tip boomer clear.
At 0.5 meter.
And stop motion.
That's 30 centimeters. We're going to continue.
Stop motion.
Motion.
And Ike, let us know if that's enough GCA. We'll call it complete if you're ready.
Yep, stand by. I'm assessing.
Copy.
You gonna release that?
Yeah, would you?
Yep.
There you go. You think you'll be able to do 4?
I can.
Okay, Kate, can you take me to my right about 10 centimeters?
Copy, body right, 10 centimeters.
I'm clear, Bartolome. Joel.
Copy your clearance, and we've got a good view on you as well. Just watch front of your mini workstation.
Good. Yeah, that's good. And then toward my head, 10 centimeters.
Copy, towards your head, 10 centimeters.
Hey, sorry, just to jump in. Just want to make sure you still have a ret on Kolka.
I am ready to Kolka.
Copy.
And that's good. Okay. GCA complete.
GCA complete.
and I see both of you hand starting bolts 3 and 4.
You will push it down at all, Ike?
I think that may be the bolts. Try to grab that MDPS bolt.
All right.
Is yours clear?
Mine's clear.
Okay.
Yeah, that was it.
Okay, okay, I'll hold while you hand start, or you can hold while I hand start.
I've already got it going.
Hopkins and Glover continuing to work through hand starting those 4 bolts. Once they've completed this task, they'll use the PGT or pistol grip tool in order to fully secure those 4 bolts.
Copy. And I think you verified that the old MDPS bolts were clear of the interface. I heard you. So, Hopper, you can retrieve your PGT. You're looking for Alpha 5, clockwise 2, and you can go back to bolt 1.
Copy. On my way. Okay, retrieving my PGT. Coming on.
And that's Alpha 5, clockwise 2.
Roger that. Need the cow. I'll pass. Motor, LED test, and battery. Alpha 5 is set. Clockwise 2 is set.
All right, Ike, if you're happy, then Hopper, you have a go to torque bolt number 1. We're looking for 10 turns.
Roger that. You ready, Ike?
Gotta go.
Roger. Turning. Okay, it torqued out with only 5 turns.
Copy.
7.0 or 6.9 on the torque, 5 turns.
Okay, stand by. We're checking.
Roger. That's still loose, too.
And Hopper, we'd appreciate if you could assess your body position, see if there's a better body position to get into, and then verify the socket is fully engaged, and then we'll reattempt with the same settings of Alpha 5, clockwise 2.
Roger that. That's in the body position. Okay, there we go. And same thing. 0 turn, 6.8 on the torque.
All right, copy that. Stand by.
Hey, Andy.
Yep, go ahead.
Hey, when I was removing bolts 1 and 2, 1 came out pretty easily after I broke torque. It was a pretty low running torque. 2 had a pretty high running torque. I guess that would be, it's not the one he's installing, but yeah. You're on 1, right, Hopper?
I am on 1.
Okay.
That's affirmative.
All right, Hopper. Plan is we're going to try to release bolt 1 and then reinstall it again. So you can release it 1 turn, and then we'll reattempt to install it. So PGT settings, Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2, and you'll release it just 1 turn.
Okay, Bravo. Bravo 7. Yep. And clockwise, counterclockwise 2. You're looking for 1 turn.
Good readback.
Okay, here we go.
Now a little over 1 hour and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk. This view from NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins' helmet cam as he works through procedures to continue bolt installation on the Columbus module.
So before it was Alpha 5, we're going to keep it at Bravo 7 this time.
That's affirm.
Roger that. And turning. Bye. Collar air. Okay. Okay, turning. And I got an additional 3 turns, 25.4 on the torque.
Copy, an additional 3 turns.
Green light.
All right, stand by while we discuss.
Roger.
All right, Hopper, as we assess, we'll go ahead and work on bolt 2, so you can go ahead and install bolt number 2. We're looking for 10 turns again.
Want me to go back to Alpha 5?
Yep, that's right, Alpha 5, clockwise 2.
Alpha 5. clockwise to the set. So Andy, the only thing, other thing I can, possibility is that I could have had more turns in initially. It was kind of hard to tell when exactly it started biting.
That's right. That's what we're thinking down here as well.
Teams on the ground here in Mission Control are now assessing the installation of the first bolt. Meanwhile, you're still seeing a helmet cam view of NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins as he works on installing bolt number 2.
And turning. Okay, 6 turns. And 6.8 on the torque.
Let me read that back. You got 6 turns and 6.8 on the torque for bolt 2.
That's a good readback. Bolt 2.
All right, stand by.
Roger.
All right, Hopper, we're going to repeat what we did on bolt 1. So PGT settings Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2. We're going to release the bolt 1 turn, and then we're going to try to install it again.
The Bravo 7 setting. Copy. Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2 is set.
Copy. You're releasing 1 turn.
Roger. And turning. 1 turn.
All right, then we're going to reinstall it. So Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2 is set. And turning. And 1 turn, 25.4 on the torque, green light.
Copy. 1 additional turn. Stand by.
Roger. The icon on the bottom of the camera assembly, there's Velcro at the a bunch of pictures being taken.
All right, guys, big picture. We're going to leave bolts 1 and 2 as are for right now. We're still assessing, but we'll go ahead and get working on bolt 3. So Ike, you can grab your PGT. I'm going to get back to you in just a second with settings.
Okay, copy that. Do you need me to do 3 first, or can I do 4? I can get to either.
Doesn't matter, whatever you prefer.
Copy.
And we're going to go straight to the higher torque setting, so Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
We're in a brief expected handover between satellites. We'll gain communications with the crew here shortly.
We had a handover.
Probably. How much do you want to bet he's going to say Bravo?
Yeah.
You read my mind. We just had a handover, and you can configure to Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2 set.
Okay, then you can install bolts 3 or 4, your choice. We're looking for 10 turns.
Okay, EB2 got 6.5 turns, 25.4 on the torque on bolt 4.
I'm sorry, say again, number of turns on bolt 4?
6.5.
All right, 6.5 turns on bolt 4.
Confirm. 25.4 on the torque.
Okay, we'll move to bolt number 3 then.
Work.
The 2 spacewalkers today have run into some resistance as they work to drive the bolts into the Columbus module, but are continuing to work through procedures with the ground to get the bolts fully secured.
7 turns, green light 25.4 on bolt 3.
I'm sorry, I missed the turn count.
7 turns on bolt 3.
Copy, thank you. All right, you can now, both of you, tie off the old Columbus MDPS bolts using the integrated wire tie.
EB1, 2. Andy, can I take my red off of it now?
Stand by, just a second.
Bye. Bolts for EB1 are tied off. A3 is tied off, and Hopper is. Could you give me a hand with 4?
I sure can. See what you need.
Kate, Suichi, you there?
Mike, we're with you.
Hey, did you move me 10 centimeters or so to the right last time?
Confirm that was 10 centimeters to the right last time.
Okay, let's get 10 meters back out. We can go 10 centimeters, centimeters to the left.
Copy, 10 centimeters to the left, and if you'll just lean back a little bit to clear Coca.
And cleared of Coca. And back, yep, go.
Copy, go.
Good motion.
Okay, good pressure. That's 10 centimeters.
Go 5 more.
And there you go.
Continue.
There you go, Ike.
And that's 5.
Okay, GTA complete. Thank you.
Complete.
Thanks, Hopper.
All right, Ike and Hopper. We'd just like your help on assessing how well Coca is installed. So if you can see if there's any wiggle in it and if it's flush with the surface of Columbus.
Okay, from EV2 side, it's not wiggling. I cannot see the gap, though, the interface.
So as I look at the interface from EV1, bolt 4 is the pad, you know, the foot plate is flush with the surface. Bolt 1, same, flush with the surface. Bolt 2 is flush with the surface. And I've got no wiggle. And I'm giving it a pretty good tug. No wiggle from the port side.
No wiggle starboard.
All right, copy. Stand by just a second.
Roger. My bet is I put in more turns at the beginning.
I mean, these did the same thing, though.
Yeah.
I think it's a difference in the bolts.
That could be. Good point.
Even if they are the same bolts, we took out 13 turns on these. And if it was the same length bolt, we also put this, quarter inch of the foot off of Coca. That takes a quarter inch of the bolt away.
Yeah.
Which is going to equal less turns, less threads to grab.
All right, we
because of the foot plate.
Yeah.
We're happy down here. We're going to say Coca is installed and secure, so we'll go ahead and continue with the rest of the procedure. Hopper, for you can retrieve the T-handle tools on the rets and the large, small ret that's on the port side of Coca.
More.
And Ike, you can stow your PGT. If you haven't, you can release your ret from Coca, and then we'll take a glove inspection and have check, please.
Copy. PGT stowed.
Now 1 hour and 48 minutes into today's spacewalk. As our spacewalkers were installing the Coca, they did run into some resistance as they were driving bolts into the Columbus module. But they worked with the ground and checked to see if there was any movement on Coca, and it was determined there was not. So Coca is now considered successfully installed.
Those look the same except a couple of black smudges. My index and middle finger of my right hand. It's like grease or something. And half is dry.
Copy that. Thank you. Hopper, for you, just a reminder to leave the gap spanner installed for now. Once you've return the T-handle tools and the rets and the large small ret back to the crew lock bag. You can put in your rich man's fair lead, and then we'll take a glove inspection and have check from you two.
Andy, do one copies.
And Ike, if you're ready, then you can work with Kate and Suichi to GCA as required to access the cable bundles. And your next thing will be to install those Coca cables.
Sounds good. I think I can get the cables off from here. Confirm I'm taking them both, Andy, right?
Yep, so if you're happy in that position, then you can verify that the adjustable equipment tether, the large small, is on the black cap keeper, and then you can attach one end to the temporary cover handrail.
Do not have the black cap keeper. Stand by. Yes, I do. Just buried. Black cap keeper. Yeah, the black cap keeper has a French hook to a D-ring on the large small adjustable, and the large hook is attached to the cover handrail.
All right, then you can demate all those caps on the black cap keeper.
Can work. All right, P6 cap. Mated. Pins CDMI band, no FOD.
Next up for our spacewalking duo, NASA astronaut Victor Glover will work to route some cables on the Kolka, which is the KA band antenna, in order to provide the European Space Agency with high-speed ground communications. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins is heading over to Bartolomeo to finish up worksite preparations.
Pins in the MI band, no FOD.
Following this, the duo will meet back up at the Bartolomeo Science Platform, which is an external science research platform.
Center.
And they'll work together to route cables.
FOD.
Copy. Next, you can take an MWS ret to the adjustable equipment tether that's holding the P1 and P2 plug caps. And then you can demate the plug caps once you're ready to the adjustable.
Work. All right, I have a ret on the small hook side of the large small adjustable. I'm sorry, wait, say which adjustable? Is it the large small or the small? Small.
It's the small that the two hooks on the small should be going to the P1 and the P2 plug caps on cable bundle number 2.
That's right. Okay, I have a mini workstation ret to the caps, to the adjustable that's on the caps bundle 2.
All right, then you can demate the P1 and the P2 caps, and you can stow them on your mini workstation.
Work.
Okay, Andy, I have the large small is stowed in crew lock bag 1, as well as...
Glover continuing to work through procedures in order to route cabling on the Kolka.
2 T-handles plus the 2 rets back in crew lock bag number 1. You can put in a rich man's fair lead there if you want.
Affirmative. Okay.
And then we'll take a glove inspection and have check.
Roger.
Okay, caps off of P1 and P2. The caps are on and adjustable, but ready to my workstation and them stowed.
Copy, and these are the caps we'll need down at Bartolomeo. So you can grab your mini workstation end effector if you need to, and grab cable bundles 1 and 2, and then release the wire ties from both cable bundles so that you have the full length.
Copy, in work.
And Andy from ED1, dry hat, change to gloves.
Copy, and the rich man's fair lead is attached?
And it is installed.
Excellent. So you'll be heading back down to the Bartolomeo platform. I'll ask you to put in a poor man's fair lead again on Columbus Encone handrail 0912.
ED1 copies.
Hey, Andy, am I completely releasing the wire tie, or should I leave it anchored onto the cables? Have the full length on bundle 2.
Yeah, so you should be releasing the full length of the cables, but I think the wire tie stays on the temporary cover handrail.
Okay, that's not how I wire tied it, but I will put it back onto the temporary cover handrail.
Well, actually, I think they should be staying on the cable bundles about halfway in the length where you released them from, because that'll try to keep them together since there's nothing to tie them off on towards as they run along Columbus.
Yeah, I have the full length released. It's just anchored to the middle of bundle 2, and if you're okay with that, that's what I'll leave them that way.
Yep, that's a good config.
They do understand for 1.
And Hopper, big picture for you, you're going to the nadir side of Bartolomeo, and you're going to be releasing cable clamp number 11.
ED1 copy.
All right, Kate and Suichi, I'll be ready to go soon. Andy, I've got the full length of both cable bundles in hand and on my mini workstation effector.
All right, so you can work with Kate and Suichi to take you to the Colca cable install position. Just a reminder of the caution, P3, P4, P5, or P6, one of those has to be mated before you mate P1 or P2.
Copy, I believe that's outboard to inboard, so the center 2 are last. Copy that.
That's right.
All right, Kate, Suichi, you have a go to publish, GCA to publish.
Copy, go GCA to publish to Colca install. Can you just tip your ingress aid in for us? And we've got great clearance views of your mini workstation end effector. Just watch that as we go towards your feet, about 1 meter.
Copy. Actually, Hopper, are you good comm-wise?
I am good for the comm, Andy. Well, actually, let me get the settings real quick.
Okay, stand by, Kate.
Yep, Hopper settings are Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2. You're looking for 13 turns on bolt number 1 on cable clamp number 11.
Okay, I copy. Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2.
Good readback.
Bolt 11. All right, I'm good with the comm.
Kate, you have a go to GCA to publish.
GCA to publish.
NASA astronaut Victor Glover now making his way over to the Bartolomeo science platform on board the Canadarm2. NASA astronaut Kate Rubins in control of the Canadarm2 inside the space station. Once Glover makes his way over to the Bartolomeo platform, he'll meet up with NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins, who's currently at the Bartolomeo platform. Hopkins is working on releasing cable clamps from the Bartolomeo science platform. These clamps need to be removed and opened up in order to remove the cabling that needs to get routed in order to activate Bartolomeo.
And I cleared, you're published.
If you could take the body in towards Columbus, about start with 10 centimeters.
Copy, body in, starting with 10 centimeters. Let me know when to continue.
Obviously motion.
Good motion, continue. And that's good. Stop motion.
Hey, stop the
GCA
motion.
complete.
GCA complete. Ike, confirm GCA complete.
GCA complete.
GCA complete.
And Andy 11's released.
We're now 2 hours into the 233rd spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. The spacewalk officially began at 5:28 a.m. this morning and is set to last approximately 6.5 hours.
You can indeed.
Copy, and I got the same settings, Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2.
That's correct, and we expect 13 turns on all of them.
Ready.
Go ahead, Ike.
Ready to make cables?
Yep.
In today's spacewalk, the spacewalking duo of NASA astronaut Victor Glover and Mike Hopkins egressed the hatch and brought out the Kolka or Columbus Ka band antenna. They made their way over to the Columbus module of the space station and removed 4 bolts on the Columbus panels. They then installed the Kolka where the bolts were and secured Kolka to the Columbus module. NASA astronaut Victor Glover then routed Kolka cables, and now the duo is heading to the Bartolomeo Science Platform, where they'll remove clamps holding cabling in place, which will then be routed in order to activate Bartolomeo.
Hey, P6J6 made it, lever forward over center.
Copy, P6 to J6.
I have P3, J3, no FOD. 10 still. Lever aft, ready to mate.
Go to mate.
Lever forward over center, mated.
Copy, P3 made it to J3.
The duo now working together to connect cables on the Bartolomeo Science Platform.
P4, good pins, good EMI band. J4 is no FOD. Lever aft. Hey, P4, J4 made it, lever forward over center.
Copy, P4 to J4.
In this view here, you see NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover working together to install cables on the Bartolomeo science platform. You also see a great view of the SpaceX Crew Dragon Resilience, which both spacewalkers arrived on back in November.
Got a little discoloration in the center with no fog, and the socket looks good.
Copy.
Made it. Lever forward over center. All right, Andy, confirm I'm go for 1 and 2. Is there an order?
Yep, any order for 1 and 2. It's in the...
Okay. G2, good pins. Good EMI band, no FOD in J2. We're aft. Made it.
Copy.
Forward over center.
P2 made it to J2.
J1, no FOD, good pins, good EMI band, J1s. No FOD. Lever is aft. Made it. Lever forward over center.
Copy. P1 made it to J1. That should be all of the connections, so you can verify that all your tools and tethers are clear of the work site, and then we'll take a glove inspection and have check, please.
Stand by. Tools and tethers are all me and disconnected. Tab is dry. And no change to the gloves.
Copy. No change to the gloves. You can now work with Kate and Suichi to take you to the Kolka cable back-off position, which will continue to the Bartolomeo back-off position.
Copy, Hopper. How you doing, Tom-wise? I'm good. All right. Okay, Kate, Suichi, you have a go to both back-offs. You can take me all the way to the Bartolomeo.
Copy, go for Bartolomeo, for Kolka cable backup to Bartolomeo.
And just before you start, Hopper, how many cable clamps have you released?
I've released 7, 8, 9. I can get 10 real quick. I'm in a good position, or I can get out of Ike's way from a safety tether standpoint.
Okay, I think we'll leave that for Ike. So if you could translate back up and remove your poor man's fair lead.
Roger that.
Copy that. Okay, stand by, Kate and Suichi.
25.
Actually, let's go ahead to the Kolka back-off. That might give Hopper some more room. Have a go to GCA Kolka back-off.
Copy, go for GCA Kolka backoff.
Arms in motion.
In motion. Continue.
And Ike, this is published location.
Copy. Stay here 4 seconds. You say complete.
GC complete.
Okay, coming underneath you, Ike.
You got it. You're clear.
Okay. And Andy, I did go ahead and release the 4 TA clamps as well.
Copy. The 4 TA clamps have been released. Thank you. And Hopper, once you've released your poor man's fair lead, then you can translate back down again to the port side of Bartolomeo. Then we'll get that. We'll get your safety tether out of the way.
Roger that. Alright, safety tether is clear. Coming back down.
And the rich man's fair lead is still in place, right?
Rich man's still in place.
Hey, Hopper, it's caught on the crew lock bag. You want it to stay on that
yeah,
side?
that's okay. That's right. That's right where the port or rich man's is anyway.
Perfect. Okay.
So no big change.
Sweet.
NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins continuing to work through procedures to release clamps on the Bartolomeo science platform.
With Hopper's location and his safety tether is clear, then you can go ahead and continue to the Bartolomeo backoff position.
Me too.
Does that safety tether look like?
Good.
Okay, EV1 is port.
All right, Kate, so each of you have a go to publish.
Copy, go to publish. This will be a 2-minute maneuver to Bartolomeo backoff.
Copy.
Arms in motion.
Copy.
Good motion. Continue.
Copy. Continue.
And Ike, you're in position. Hold from the Bartolomeo backoff. On your go, we can go in for the Bartolomeo worksite prep.
All right, Hopper, you ready for me to get my PGT stowed? And I will be ready. Okay. Ready?
Okay, Kate, you have a go. You're published.
Happy go and work. And Ike, we don't have a specific distance here, so I'm just going to take you in, and we'll start with about a meter, but you can give me a call if you got a better number.
Okay, this is not a published.
Negative.
Okay, let's start with a meter. That sounds good.
All right, in motion.
The hours in motion.
Good motion. Okay, start motion.
Stop motion.
So I see this. I see 10, 13, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the remaining ones, Hopper?
1, 2, 3, 4, and 10. I do 13 later.
Okay. I think I can reach all of those. So, the settings you're using?
Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2.
Okay.
Next up for our spacewalkers today, Hopkins and Glover will work together in order to route cabling on the Bartolomeo External Science Payload platform.
It makes sense for you to do it. Okay, GTA complete.
Okay, GCA complete.
This cabling needs to be routed in order to activate Bartolomeo.
I just want to double check with Hopper that he released 5 TA clamps on the starboard strut and 4 TA clamps for the power cables, the topless power cables. Is that right, Hopper?
That's affirmative.
And the last thing I copied was that you released clamp number 7, 8, and 9.
Yep, and I did 6 and 5 as well.
Copy, 6 and 5 as well. So then you can work together to release the remaining ones. PDT settings, Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2, expect 13 turns.
Okay, and Ike, if I'm in your way, otherwise I'll try and get 4.
Okay, I'll start over with 10.
Okay,
I'm right behind you, but you're good.
Roger.
And is released.
Copy 10.
This view from NASA astronaut Victor Glover's helmet cam as the duo works to remove clamps on the Bartolomeo Science platform. These clamps need to be opened up and removed in order to remove the cabling that needs to get routed in order to activate Bartolomeo. As you can see here, the crew is working together to do just that.
Number 1 is released.
Copy 1.
2 is released.
Copy 2.
And number 3 is released.
Copy 3. You can stow the PGT, and the next thing we'll do is demate the Papos NZGLs. And we can demate them in any order, P1 through P6. Ike, you'll be mating the caps that you have on your mini workstation. You'll be mating those to P5 and P6.
I'm going to go ahead and give you those, Ike. You can be working out while I release the other 4.
Absolutely. Great idea.
Okay. Here comes P5.
Let me grab the caps real quick.
Over center.
And Ike, just a reminder to leave the adjustable tethered to those caps.
You 2 copies.
5. The 10s. The EMI band. That's the 5.
Pass to me.
Let me get 6 too, and I'll pass them both. There's 6. I'll let you check. You got it. Did not check 6.
Good 10s, good EMI band, no 5. That was on 6.
Roger. On 1. 10s, no 5, good EMI band.
Copy.
Okay, 6 is capped. It's capped.
Views from both helmet cams of our spacewalkers today as they work together to route cabling for the Bartolomeo external science payload platform.
My band. 3. Good 10s, no 5, good EMI band. And 4. Good 10s, no 5, good EMI band.
Copy, they're all demated. So Ike, you'll be doing a large translation with the cable bundles in your hand. So before we start that, I'll have you verify that your cooling is at a comfortable level, that your ingress aid is tucked, your visors are where you'd like them to be, the glove heaters are comfortable, you've got your heels out, and your tools and tethers are clear.
Heels out. Tools and tethers are clear. I still have a ret to the cap, to the adjustable on the caps that are on 5 and 6. My ingress aid has my end effector to it, and it's tucked in. Heels are good. I'm ready to go. Cooling and all that shades are good.
And we're about 9 minutes away from sunset, but it's probably already getting dark where you are. And if you want, you can release your MWS ret from that adjustable to the caps. And then you can retrieve both coils of the Papos cables and keep the top coil closest to your body. And you can use your mini workstation end effector as needed.
Copy.
Ike, look to your right and look at that moon. You see it?
Just a second. Okay, I have my rep back to my workstation. Oh, yes, that's awesome.
It's pretty incredible.
Okay, I've got both bundles, Andy.
Copy. You have both bundles, so we're ready to begin motion. Just give you a couple notes and reminders. If you feel any resistance, stop motion. Please don't put any loads into the cables or to the arm. And also, finally, before dropping that bottom coil, make sure that the cable slack is pulled taut towards you. We don't want any cable slack on the Bartolomeo platform.
EV2 copies.
EV1 copy.
M1, M2 copy.
Hey, Hopper, you ready?
I'm ready.
You see the T8 clamps over here?
I do.
It just watch those as I back out.
You bet.
Okay, you have a go to publish them.
As a reminder, we are taking your questions today using the hashtag AskNASA. One question we received today was, how long does a spacewalk take? Most spacewalks are about 6.5 hours, though the longest spacewalk ever recorded happened back in 2011, and it took 8 hours and 56 minutes and was completed by Jim Voss and Susan Helms.
Hey, Hopper.
Yeah.
You that by your left hand?
Yeah.
Picture.
What do you want?
I said, did you see the picture by your left hand?
Yeah, I did. Cool. There it is.
Okay, arms motion stop. How do you like the position?
One correction, that longest spacewalk ever completed was actually in 2001, not 2011. So again, the longest spacewalk that ever occurred happened on March 11th, 2001, lasting 8 hours and 56 minutes. That spacewalk was completed by Jim Voss and Susan Helms.
Arms in motion.
Motion, continue.
Copy, continue.
Okay, Hopper, I see the cables clear of the T8 clamp.
I agree, concur.
Hey, Hopper.
Yes, sir.
Two things, when you start tacking these down, they're not all the same length. So you're going to have tension on a couple, but a couple will still be loose.
I can see that right now, yep.
And then the memory wants to go off the incone to the right, starboard.
Okay. Good words, thank you.
Okay, Andy, most of the bottom coil is down.
Copy.
And Ike, there's your published.
You have to go to continue to the next published.
Okay, that's your Papos midpoint. We're going to Papos connector panel now.
And Hopper, I think I saw you close was it all 4 TA clamps over by the Papos connectors?
Affirmative.
Copy. Then you can retrieve your PGT and we'll install clamp number 11 on the nadir side of Bartolomeo.
Roger.
And this is where we also want to verify that the cables...
Yep, I see them. Not starboard of.
And Ike, wrapping out motion here. Are you good for me to continue with the cables with Hopper?
Continue.
To continue.
You see the cables out?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Okay. Are they still free?
Yeah, they're still free.
Okay.
Now over 2 hours and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, our spacewalking duo of Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover continue to work through procedures in order to route cables on the Bartolomeo External Science Payload platform.
Ike, you good for me to take some comm real quick? Andy, settings?
Yep. Bravo 1, clockwise 2, expect 13 turns.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2. Roger.
And Ike, there's your published in X, Y, and Z. Let me know if you'd like the that big yaw that we were talking about.
Okay, I think I can reach it from here. GTA complete?
GTA complete?
Hey, Andy, I had 10.5 turns, 11.9 on the torque.
Copy, 10.5 turns. So Hopper, for you, you can verify that the clearance with that starboard aft goal 2 interface, you can pull the cables taut to the platform handrail 8909 and then apply a twist to hold those cables in place. And then you can work your way up along the end cone to 0939, 0933 where you put in wire ties earlier.
Everyone.
And Ike, you can begin prep on the Papos connector panel so you can remove the J5 terminator and then the J1, 2, 3, 4 caps. Please do not demate the J6 terminator at this time.
We're in a brief expected handover between communication satellites and will regain communication with the crew shortly. As a reminder, based on updated guidance, teams in Mission Control are now wearing masks at all times while on console and supporting mission operations, except for brief periods of time to eat or drink, as am I during today's spacewalk coverage.
All right, I'm back with you after handover. Yeah, just to repeat, you can remove the J5 terminator and the J1, 2, 3, 4 cap, but not the J6 terminator.
The J5 terminator is off. The 4 cap is off. It's also on that cap keeper. Working on 3 now. And the jacks look good, no FUD.
Copy.
Three uncapped, cap on the cap keeper, no FUD.
Copy.
J2 cap is off. On the cap keeper, no FUD. J2 looks good.
And Ike, once you've removed the J1 cap, then you can sew one of the open hooks from the white cap keeper on the J6 terminator. Just don't demate it.
Copy. The J1 cap is off, onto the cap keeper. J1 looks good. And the cap keeper has a hook to J6 terminator and is still mated.
This view from NASA astronaut Victor Glover's helmet cam as he continues to work through procedures to route cabling on the Bartolomeo external science payload platform.
Work. And Andy, the first 2 wire ties are complete. And it is port back connector panel. I don't know if you can see in the WDS, but it's tucked back there real nice.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to see, but I'll take your word for it. So just to confirm, you did 0939 and 0933, right?
No, that's 8909. That was the first one, and then 939. Now I'm going up to 933.
Copy.
The adjustables on the cap keeper?
You can copy the adjustables on the cap keeper. You can demate the caps.
On both?
On both.
Copy. Question, Andy. The cap keeper and the adjustables actually helping me keep the bundle in a nice place, I think. Can I have uncapped P5? No FOD, good pins. VDMI band, can I mate P5, J5 and then uncap E6?
Yep, that's no issue. So you can demate P5 and then you can connect P5 to J5.
Work.
And then one of these cables has got kind of a loop coming out of it where there's just a wire tie. I'm going to release that loop, pull it a little tighter, and then I'll put it back in. This is a wire tie that's just on the bundle.
Okay, copy.
P5, J5 mated. Over forward, over center.
Copy. Then you can mate P1, P2, P3, and P4 in any order.
Copy, should work.
Today's spacewalkers continuing to work through procedures in order to route cabling on the Bartolomeo External Science Payload platform. This cabling needs to get routed in order to activate Bartolomeo.
Copy. And a big picture for you, Hopper. Instead of trying to take pictures in the dark, we'll have you start work on the antenna cable routing.
Roger that. And 3-3 is complete, so I'm heading back down.
Copy.
Following this task, NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins is going to work on removing another set of cabling that's going to be used to hook up an antenna to Bartolomeo.
Yep, I'm going down and just going to release some TA clamps, and then I got to release 13, and I'm good.
Okay. Okay, kid, I'll take that yaw. Have a go for GCA. BGI.
And Ike, I'll do motion now.
Motion.
Be good motion. That's the policy.
Okay, let's get me to my right. I'm sorry, to my left, body left, centimeters.
Body left 10 centimeters. Opposite motion.
Copy. Good motion.
Copy, good motion. How do I like the position?
If you're just tuning in with us today, we're a little over 2 hours and 45 minutes into the 233rd spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, upgrades, and installation. Today's spacewalk officially began at 5:28 a.m. Central Time, and since then, our spacewalking duo of NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover worked together to remove the Kolka Columbus Ka band antenna out of the airlock and brought it with them over to the Columbus module of the space station. They then worked together to remove bolts on the Columbus panels and then installed Kolka where the removed bolts were. Following this, the duo worked together to route Kolka cabling and then headed to the Bartolomeo Science Payload platform. Here, the duo worked together to remove clamps, holding cabling in place, which was then routed in order to activate Bartolomeo. Currently, Hopkins is heading over to a different part of Bartolomeo in order to remove another set of cabling and route it to an antenna on Bartolomeo.
Hey, Andy, I have the antenna cable.
Copy. So just to confirm, you've released all the TA clamps. You've demated P2 from J7.
Have the jack is released, yes, from, that was J7, and 13 is released, and I have the plug.
Copy. So you can release the twists on the antenna cable wire tie as needed to provide slack, and then verify your safety tether is clear.
Roger that.
I'm going to need a little bit more GCA.
You bet.
All right, Kate Soichi, can I get 30 centimeters toward my feet?
Be 30 centimeters towards your feet.
Opposite motion.
Good motion.
Good motion. I've got 30 centimeters.
Continue.
New starboard. To your feet.
Okay, that's good. Starboard, and if you could take me body in 10 centimeters.
Body in 10 centimeters. in motion.
Good motion. Continue. Continue.
Watchers, clearance on the foot plate.
Clearance. Continue. Foot plate is well clear. Continue.
Continue.
Okay, that's good. GCA complete.
GCA complete.
Okay, Andy, all four of them, J1, 2, 3, and 4, I'm only able to get the levers to like straight up and down, not forward, so they go over center. I'm trying to get a better eye level to see if they're maybe not fully mated when I started moving the lever, but they all look like they're all the way mated.
We copy. Stand by. And if you haven't already, you could inspect the lever for FOD.
Work.
And while you're looking at it, you can also look at that linkage for any damage.
Work. No FOD, the linkage looks good. It goes full forward over center while I've got it off.
Copy. So you can try to mate it again, just checking the alignment and the side loads, and if you need to, you can push and pull on the back shelf and increase the force on the lever.
I will try all of that again. Try all of those things. I've got a handrail here on the end cone of Columbus that I'm using to react, and I'm putting a good bit of force into it. Yeah, so J1 and P1 are fully mated with the lever aft over center, and then I go to lever forward, and it just stops at the midpoint. Lever's perpendicular to the back shell right now. That's as far as I can get it.
All right, copy. Stand by.
This view from NASA astronaut Victor Glover's helmet cam is he works to ensure there's a good connection between the cables he's been routing on the Bartolomeo science platform.
And I just want to confirm, when you're sliding down the plug onto the jack, that the two half shells are meeting in a good mate.
That's, yeah, when I say it's mated with the lever aft, that's what I'm talking about. They're flush. Yeah, it is completely centered up and ready to move the lever forward. And that's why I got a better eye-level view to make sure I could see both sides, that they were completely flushed together. they're not quite symmetric, and the blue lines don't line up. If you're familiar, you can remember these connectors, but they were ready for me to move the lever. I would say for all four. There's no they're not sideways or anything. They're all coming straight out of the connector panel. They're all level, flush. No big gaps. All the linkages look good. And I watched Hopper demate all these, so they are capable of going forward over center. They're all just stopping at the midpoint. Except I got 5 mated fully, but 1, 2, 3, and 4 are levers straight up and down. Lever centered.
Yeah, we copy all Ike. Drew here is suggesting to double check that they're snapping in place. Sometimes there's a little bit of tightness that you need to overcome in the very last little bit of the mate. You kind of have to push both on the jack and the plug side and just kind of get it to like click into place.
Okay, try it again. Yep, the last 5 or 6 that I snapped in place, the same thing. So unless these have something different about them, I would say that's where they were on my previous attempts. And yeah, it is snapped, clicked, mated, connected, minimum gap, and every other way I could describe to you that it was ready for me to go lever forward, and it's still centered.
Okay, we appreciate the extra effort, Ike, and we copy all. I think we'll ask Hopper to come over and maybe try a different body position to see if he has any joy. So, Hopper, if you could stow the Egress antenna cable and try to head over and see if you could help Ike.
Okay. Sounds good.
And Ike, let me know if you want any GCA, if you want to try a different position at all.
Copy. For one thing, I'm thinking with another set of hands, I can push on that back shell piece, okay, that's going forward to drive the pin, if you want.
Yeah. Let me get kind of temp stowing this antenna. Okay, I'm on my way.
And once you get 2 hands up there, try also to see if you can minimize any side loads that might also be preventing it from going over center.
Okay, we copy.
And Ike will also take you up on your offer of when you have an extra set of hands up there to push on the back shell.
Okay, Ike, what do you think if I go to that?
I can back out of the way if you want, or I think you're, I don't know, down here on the end cone. Okay.
Following some difficulties ensuring a good connection during the Bartolomeo cable routing, NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins is now going to head over and offer a second set of hands to Victor Glover so they can work together to ensure proper location and leverage of the cabling as they work to complete installation.
4 of these, huh? Yeah, I can see you.
You look at where the levers are. You see they're almost identical.
Yeah, I know. I agree. Okay. So I'm going to demate.
Okay.
You got a good look in there. Double check and I agree. It all looks good. Okay. You want to do your push and all?
Yep.
Well, you ready? I get it from there.
What?
Okay, Andy. That's right, it's not. You push on that too? Can you get a thumb down there? Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I don't.
Wow, Andy.
Yeah.
You got Ike and I both pushing on that.
Yeah, I don't know what it could be. It looks like the pins line up. I mean, what I can see.
Yeah. That feels like a set of heart stuff, doesn't it?
Yep. The
See that?
diameter of the pins or something? I don't know. It looks like the pins line up, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, there you go. Push more. Yeah.
A budget.
You can see though how far we got to go, right? You see the gold and then the silver line. I think that's how far the back shell still needs to go. In that. Is that lip fitting?
Yeah, it goes forward. It'll go all the way forward.
But then, you know, it's hitting. You see how the bottom of that silver, it's got a lip to it, and is that hitting and not preventing it from going any further? See what I mean?
Yeah, I can't tell.
I don't think so, because if you take it off, go forward. Okay, Andy, you guys got any other suggestions?
Yeah, we're still discussing down here. Give us another sec.
It just hit the same hard spot.
Do you, Hopper and Ike, do you have an estimate of how far it's engaging in the back shell's engaging when you throw the lever?
Okay, so let me describe the back shell to you. So there's an outer part. It's kind of got the gold coloring, and that starts closest to the cable. And that's about a centimeter and a half. And then you've got a thin silver coated band, and that's maybe a half, third of a centimeter. And then you've got two steps down to a smaller diameter from that back shell. And so when that silver is getting even with the rest of the NZGL, what it's going into, that's where it stops.
Looks like it's traveling about an inch, you say?
Yeah, I'd say traveling about an inch. You guys have a good view in that WVS?
Yeah, we got a good view, and we copy about an inch of travel.
And can you see where it's stopping? Right at that silver band.
And all four are the same, is that right?
All same, is that? That's affirmative. Same spot.
All right, stand by.
While not unusual due to cable stiffness, our spacewalkers are having difficulty mating Bartolomeo cables. Teams on the ground are continuing to troubleshoot while NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover work together on working through cable routing.
All right, Hopper and Ike, we need a little bit more time to discuss the forward plan here, but in the meantime, we'd like your help on troubleshooting a problem with Kolka. We're having a comm check failure, so we'll need to look at two of the cables. So if you could make, or Hopper, if you could make your way back to Kolka, we'd appreciate it.
Copy that, inward.
And Ike, for you, your go to demate the connectors, and then we'll take some pictures, please.
Copy, inward.
And Ike, specifically, we'd love pictures of the connectors on the Columbus side.
2.
And we'd also just like to double check that P1 was going to J1 and P2 to J2, et cetera, et cetera.
That is correct. And like I said, the pins look like they match up. I mean, I'm seeing 7 pinholes in the jack side, and the plug only has 4, but they look like, you know, it's the same type of connector. They match where they ought to go.
Okay, copy.
Hey, Andy, I'm back at the Kolka cables.
Copy.
And you're talking about where they go into Columbus, correct?
That's right. So we're looking for P1 and P2. We'll take one of them at a time. So you can disconnect P1 and inspect it for us, please.
Okay, inward. Okay, on the Columbus side, no FOD. And on the Kolka side, no FOD, good pins. Like a good EMI band.
Copy. Sounds like everything looks good on both sides, so you can reconnect it.
Inward. Over center, connected.
Copy. We'll repeat the same thing for P2, please.
That's it.
NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins wrapping up inspections and reconnection of a couple of cables previously installed earlier on today's spacewalk of the Kolka to ensure that there is a good connection.
And on the Columbus side, 5. Pins, no FOD. Sitting in my band on the Polka side.
Copy. Sounds like it's good as well, so you can reconnect that one as well, please.
And work. Connected over center.
Copy. Connected over center. Stand by.
Roger.
NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins just wrapping up inspections and reconnection of a couple of cables previously installed on today's spacewalk during the Kolka installation. Again, the Kolka stands for Columbus Ka band antenna, and that Kolka will enable an independent high bandwidth communications link to European ground stations.
And Ike, we're still discussing. Stand by.
Work on the photos.
Hey, Andy, I got 2 more wire ties, and I should be at the antenna.
Copy.
Now 3 hours and 19 minutes into today's spacewalk. So far today, our spacewalkers egress the hatch after beginning today's spacewalk at 5:28 a.m. Central Time. That began the 233rd spacewalk in support of space station maintenance and assembly. The duo worked together to remove the Kolka or Columbus Ka band antenna from the airlock with them, and then brought it to the Columbus module of the space station. They then worked together to remove bolts on the Columbus panels and install the Kolka where the bolts were removed. Following this, Kolka was secured to the Columbus module and cables on Kolka were routed in order to connect it. At this time, the team is troubleshooting cable connections on the Kolka and are brainstorming ideas that they will relay up to the crew.
So I heard you had 2 left.
After this, the duo headed to the Bartolomeo Science platform, where they removed clamps holding cabling in place, which was then routed in order to activate Bartolomeo. Teams on the ground are troubleshooting some issues with the Bartolomeo cable connections, and we will relay procedures up to the crew shortly.
Hey, Andy, I'm at the panel.
Copy. You are at the APCU connector panel, so you can disconnect the Egress cable P2 from the panel J2.
Okay, P2, J2, didn't work. Okay, disconnected.
Copy. It's disconnected. So you.
Good pin. Go ahead.
No. Oh, I'll take your call.
Okay, I show 05, good pins. Good EMI band.
Copy. Sounds good. So you can mate the antenna plug that you just routed, and you can connect that to the panel J2, which is now free. And just before you connect again, just double check your safety tether is clear.
Roger. And safety tether is clear. And from the antenna, go. 05 good pins. Interesting, this one has 4 pins instead of 2. Good EMI band. And connected over center.
Copy. Now you can mate the Egress plug to the antenna cable jack. So you can remove the jack cap and stow that on your mini workstation. And then you.
Now, 3 hours and 26 minutes into today's spacewalk, NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover have encountered issues mating the cable connections to the Bartolomeo science platform. They were able to soft dock the connections and could move the connector level approximately halfway to closed, but could not get the lever to move all the way to the mated position. The team in Mission Control is working a troubleshooting plan for these connectors. Meanwhile, Kolka, or the Columbus Ka band antenna, which was installed earlier on today's spacewalk, did not see the indications that the ground team was expecting after activating the Kolka heaters. So Hopkins has demated and remated the associated connections, and they are working to activate heaters a second time. Teams in Mission Control Houston are discussing options with their counterparts at the European Space Control Center in Cologne.
As needed. And once that's done, you can translate back to the crew lock bag number 1.
Roger. How you doing, Ike? Pretty good.
Thinking nice thoughts. Good nights to the connectors. Hoping they'll work.
Happy thoughts? Hey, Kate and Sweet, we need some good vibes out here.
We're sending you vibes.
Thank you.
All right, Ike. Sorry to keep you waiting. We still don't have an exact plan yet, but in the meantime, we'd like you to demate the J6 Terminator, and then you can mate P6 to J6.
Copy, demating the Terminator and then mating J6, P6. All right, Andy, P6, J6, both notified. Pin sockets, good EMI band. Over is aft.
Copy, Ike.
Now over 3 hours and 31 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 5:28 a.m. Central Time, Hopkins and Glover have encountered issues mating the cable connections to the Bartolomeo science platform. They were able to soft dock the connections and could move the connector level approximately halfway to closed, but could not get the lever to move all the way to the mated position. The team in Mission Control is working a troubleshooting plan for these connectors.
We have got the good video from you, Ike.
Meanwhile, Kolka, or the Columbus Ka band antenna, which was installed earlier on today's spacewalk, did not see the indicators they were expecting after activating the heater.
The receptacle is flush with the...
So Hopkins has demated and remated the associated connections, and they are working to activate heaters a second time. Teams in Mission Control are in discussion regarding options with their counterparts at the European Space Control Center in Cologne.
Moving about an inch. If you look in there, you can see the pins, the base of the pins is maybe just over an inch. They each also have a little standoff around them, so that's also raised. I think we may just be bottoming out and being the rubber inside of this one to the hard plastic on the backside.
Yep, that's our thinking as well. The problem is that in order to securely lock it in place, we need that lever all the way forward. So we're still discussing exactly what we can do.
Roger.
Andy, I'm back at the crew lock bag. I'm putting the cap on a cap keeper.
Yep, you can put it on the blue cap keeper.
Roger that, and work.
Now 3 hours and 35 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 5:28 a.m. Central Time. NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover have encountered issues mating the cable connections to the Bartolomeo science platform.
We'd like you should have two caps with you, so if you could cap two of the plugs, P1, P2, P3, and P4, because we'll leave this work site for a moment, and once you've capped two of them, Ike, then we'll send you back to Kolka, and we'll be working on the Kolka cover removal. Hopper, for you, you can remain there. We'll take a glove inspection and a hab check while you wait for Ike to get over to you.
Okay, and Andy, for 1, 2, 3, and 4, talking about the jack or the plug side?
Stand by.
Again, Hopkins and Glover have encountered issues mating the cable connections to the Bartolomeo science platform. They were able to soft dock the connections and could move the connector level approximately halfway to closed, but could not get the lever to move all the way to the mated position. The team at Mission Control is working a troubleshooting plan for these connectors. Meanwhile, Kolka, which is the Columbus Ka-band antenna which was installed earlier on today's spacewalk, did not see the indications the ground was expecting after activating the Kolka heaters. Hopkins mated and demated the associated connections in an attempt to activate the heaters a second time.
Scratch my last call. Since we're going to come back, we don't need to cap anything at this point. So we're going to get you moving to the Papos back-off position, which continues to the Kolka back-off position. So you can work with Kate and Suichi to take you to Kolka back-off.
Okay, sounds good, Andy Hopper. I'm coming that way. Roger that. Okay, Kate and Suichi, you have a go to both back-offs.
All right, copy your go to both back-offs. And just to let you know, big picture, to take out your GCAs, we're going to take you station aft, station zenith, station port, and then we'll get that big yaw maneuver back in.
Sounds good.
Teams in Mission Control, in discussion with their counterparts at the European Space Control Center in Cologne, have recommended our spacewalkers work to remove the Kolka or Columbus Ka-band antenna cover, which was installed in order to protect the antenna during installation. The cover is no longer needed and will be jettisoned following its removal.
How's the motion?
Good motion. Yep.
Hopper, while Ike's flying the arm, we'd like you to ask you to grab the black cap keeper from Kolka. It should be up there by where the cable bundles were. And if you could grab that and transfer it over to the Papos connector panel, we'd appreciate it, because we'll need those caps there later, potentially if we need to leave anything capped.
Hey, copy that. In work.
Hey, Ike, this is the Papos backward position. We can continue on to Kolka cover removal if you guys are ready.
Yeah, we're ready. You have to go all the way to the cover removal position.
Andy, I'm going to leave the large, small adjustable here, because I think Ike needs it for the cover removal. Okay.
And like this, we have 2 minutes to Jocast. I'm sorry.
Hopper, you can leave it if you want, but Ike shouldn't need it, so... but either way, we need to get it over to the crew lock bag at some point.
Roger that.
Good motion.
Thank you. Good motion.
I left. Ike, do you want me to leave it or keep it?
Leave it.
Yeah, okay. Clear underneath you?
Yes.
And Ike, once we get to the Kolka backoff, we've got a third one to go in for the Kolka cover removal. If you're good, we'll do a little config and then take it in.
Okay.
Andy, I'm going to attach the black cat keeper to one of the hooks on the white cat keeper.
Copy. And Hopper, once you've temp stowed them there, then you can head back to Kolka.
Cool.
Now, 3 hours and 46 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 5:28 a.m. Central Time, Hopkins and Glover have encountered issues mating the cable connections to the Bartolomeo science platform. They were able to soft dock the connections and could move the connector level approximately halfway to closed, but could not get the lever to move all the way to the mated position. The team in Mission Control is working a troubleshooting plan for these connectors. Meanwhile, the Kolka or Columbus Ka band antenna, which was installed earlier on today's spacewalk, did not see the indications the ground was expecting after activating the Kolka heaters. Hopkins demated and remated the associated connections in an attempt to activate the heater. However, the heater was still not activated. In addition to continuing troubleshooting with their counterparts at the European Space Control Center in Cologne, the plan is to continue with removing the Kolka cover per the spacewalk task list. This cover is no longer needed and will be jettisoned following its removal.
Okay, GCA complete.
Copy, GCA complete.
Hey, Ike, are you in position?
You know what, I'm sorry, are we doing the cover or the MLI?
Well, so we are removing the MLI as part of the Kolka cover.
Okay. Hey, so Richie, how far are we from published?
Hey, Ike, this is published position for the Kolka removal.
Okay. Yep, I'm in position, Andy.
Copy. So there should be, I think, a large, small adjustable that Hopper left. It should be there on the cover handrail, so you can grab that and hand it to Hopper, and Hopper can put it in the crew lock bag.
We might use it for the cover removal. Can I give it to him after we get the cover off?
Sure, no problem. We just want to make sure we don't toss it into space.
Yep. Yeah, we'll take it off.
All right, Hopper, then you can remove the temporary MLI tab A. That's the one by bolt 2. And then you can pass the MLI around the nadir side to Ike, and then Ike, you can remove Bravo and Charlie.
Okay, A is released. Okay, well, let me, hold on, Ike.
While the team in Mission Control Houston continues to consider a forward plan on the Bartolomeo power connections, the team is moving forward with the planned Kolka or Columbus Ka band antenna cover removal as planned. The cover was placed in order to protect the antenna during installation. Because it is no longer needed, it will be jettisoned following its removal.
You have a caution to avoid contact with the silver tape surfaces once we remove the temporary MLI.
Easy 1, 2.
Okay, I could probably give it a 2-inch.
Confirm.
Okay, I have the MLI.
Got it.
Have it.
And Ike, you can install the integrated Kolka Velcro tabs back on tab Bravo and Charlie.
Okay. Let's see. Can probably come up and get the Charlie one. You too?
Yeah, I may have to get off the arm anyway, so might have to. Leave. Not.
And I keep you.
NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover continuing to work together to remove the cover on the Kolka or Columbus Ka band antenna, which was installed earlier on today's spacewalk. The cover on the Kolka was installed to protect the antenna during installation, but is no longer needed. Glover will jettison the cover while on the Canada arm too. On Earth, the cover weighs about 34 pounds. Of course, in the microgravity environment of space, it weighs nothing, but still, of course, has mass.
That's the tab. Just that little one with the hook on the end, right?
That was covering up the other tabs, right? It was over the top of them. You released them?
I think so.
Yeah.
And Ike, it's just to cover up the Velcro that was exposed.
Okay, yep, both tabs are back connected.
Okay, Andy, all the loops are through the MLI, and the red is back to itself, which is attached to the PIC pin.
Copy, looks good. And just to check, you covered the Velcro tabs as well on Alpha and Delta?
Nice. Alpha, Delta. Okay, complete.
Copy. Ike, you can take your BRT red and put it on the Kolka cover handrail.
It worked. The BRT red is on the Kolka cover handrail.
Copy. And then just a reminder of a caution to avoid contact with the antenna dish once the temporary cover is removed. So with that, Ike, you can grab your PGT, and you're looking for Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2 set.
And stand by, Ike.
Bye.
And Andy, I was trying to tighten up that MLI, and I inadvertently pulled the PIC pin. I'm reinstalling, and it's reinstalled.
Copy that.
Hey, Ike. Okay. All right, Andy, Alpha 7, counter 2.
That's a good readback, so you can release the temporary cover bolts 7 turns each in any order.
The zenith bolt is removed.
Copy. Do you have a turn count? Just.
The zenith bolt, I believe, is removed, and it was five turns. It is removed, 5 turns.
Copy.
Sorry, that's the nadir bolt. The nadir bolt.
So I copy both bolts released. You've temp stowed the PGT. Once you've done that, then you can check your Ingress aid and your mini workstation. And if you need to, you can GCA to put the Kolka cover handrail in the bottom of your work envelope. And then the next thing will be to remove the cover.
Copy. Worked. Okay, my end effectors to my Ingress aid, it's tucked in. And tools are good. PGT is sewed. I'm ready to GCA to remove the cover. Okay, I left that large, small adjustable. Roger. I'm going to use it to open it to give myself a little more work volume. Okay. And then once it's open, you think that's a good time to take it, or do you want me to get the cover all the way off?
Yeah, I would say get it all the way off, and let's get away from the antenna, don't you?
Okay.
Yes. Unless you think it's going to get in your way.
No.
Okay.
Okay, you ready for the GCA?
Affirm, and we don't have published here. We are just going to take you station forward and station zenith simultaneously. We're going to go real slow here and give us any deltas as you need it.
All right, let's start with toward my back, 10 centimeters.
Copy, 10 centimeters towards your back.
We're in a brief expected handover between satellites and will regain communications with the crew shortly.
Towards my head, 30 centimeters.
Copy, toward your head, 30 centimeters. I was in motion.
Good motion.
Okay, that's 30 centimeters.
Okay, I'm going to open the cover some here, and then we may need more centimeters in that same direction.
Copy, you are standing by.
The antenna hopper. Don't see it yet. There it is. Okay, 30 more centimeters. Slowly toward my head, please.
Copy. 30 meters, 30 centimeters. And arms in motion.
In motion.
Copy, good motion.
Continue.
Copy, continue.
NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover continuing to work together to remove the Kolka or Columbus Ka band antenna cover. This cover was placed in order to protect the antenna during installation. Because this cover is no longer needed, it will be jettisoned off of the Canadarm by NASA astronaut Victor Glover.
Copy, stop motion.
Okay, GCA complete.
Copy, GCA complete.
All right, when you're happy, Ike, Hopper can release the pip pin.
All right, I have the cover. I'm stable. You have a go to release the pin. Roger.
And Ike, before you jettison the cover, you'll be retrieving the adjustable with the temporary MLI. So if at that point, you can also retrieve the large, small adjustable. If you can't hand it to Hopper, that's fine. You can just keep that on your mini workstation if you wanted to.
Okay. All right, Kate, Soichi, do we have a published? I've got the cover in the MLI Hopper. Okay, you've got it. Soichi.
All right, Ike, we're with you.
We have a published.
For Kolka back-off maneuver, affirm.
Okay, you have a go to GCA to publish.
GCA to publish.
And Hopper, can you see the cover? I got you. Okay, you're clear. Good clearance all around.
I was in motion.
Motion. I concur. All right, Ike, I think you're well clear.
All right, guys, we're going to switch it up here a little bit. While I give you the big picture, we'll take a glove check and HAB check from both of you, and then I'll just explain you what we're going to do. Hopper will have you go back to the crew lock bag. There's a wire tie caddy in there that you can retrieve, and once you have the wire tie caddy, then we'll get you to go into the Papos connector panel, where you'll be mating P1 and P2, and then wire tying them in place. For you, Ike, we're going to skip going down to Bartolomeo, so we'll essentially have you going straight to the covered jettison position.
And very quick, Ike, you're in the published position.
Okay, Andy, I copy. And Kate, Soichi, how copy?
We copy. This is a published location.
Yep. So with the next thing, okay, Andy, can you say that one more time for me?
So for you, so Kate and Soichi should already have the words. Essentially, we're taking you straight to the jettison position now.
Okay, now I'm not picking up any, picking up the cap keepers and things, or just straight to jettison? Oh, that's right, never mind. Okay, all right, I'm ready. Hopper, you need to come? Do not. I'm getting the wire tie caddy out of crew lock bag 1, and then going to the Papos connector panel. Copy, Andy. Are you ready?
Yeah, so just for you, while you're doing the fly to the jettison position, you can retrieve the temporary MLI and the adjustable, and also the large, small adjustable, and stow both of them on your mini workstation.
Temporary MLI and the adjustable, large, small adjustable. And what else?
There should also be a small, small adjustable holding the temporary MLI together in a bundle.
I'll do that en route. Luigi and Kate, you have a go. GCA to publish.
Copy, stand by, getting ready for the maneuver you to the cover jettison location.
Copy that. And Kate verified that step 8.5 is complete.
Drew, that's a negative. We are not doing Bartolomeo clamps in step 8.5.
And that's affirmative, Kate, but the setup to get us into the maneuver for moving on is part of step 8.5, so we still need you to complete that.
Copy, 8.5 is in work.
Houston copies, thanks.
Hey, Andy, question for you.
Copy. And just for your awareness, in order to get to the covered jettison position, we need to take you down to the Bartolomeo position. You won't be doing anything down there. We just need to fly